everyone, welcome to my VTuber not responding. Okay. That's always fun. Also, hang on, loud noise alert. Boop. Sorry, this is a thing I meant to do. I tried to, and then, yeah. So I will say, I have been trying to... Today was a little bit of a lazy day. I was trying to record stuff after CitizenCon. Or I was trying to record Star Citizen, and Star Citizen right now, it mentions that there's degraded performance, but degraded performance in the sense that I was actually like, I got into the character editor and was playing around a little bit with some like the piercings and, you know, modifying like eye color and stuff a little bit. Then the game crashed. Okay, you know, it's Star Citizens, it's whatever. And I tried playing, or I tried, playing it again, and then my, I guess my computer didn't crash, but it like forced a reset, which, frankly, I don't know what causes that. But so I had to go through like 2 or 3 forced resets. I can't remember. I think 2 forced resets and then 1 I did myself. To try and get things to be better. Anyways, we're not talking about Star Citizen. Well, we're not playing Star Citizen. We'll talk a little bit about Star Citizen. You know me. But we're in Minecraft. So a few things. I was building a thing. I had this idea for something a little less dramatic. Maybe a little less dramatic than the floating island city thing that Mosselian has. So I decided to make, and I guess like you could say that this is a tower, but I kind of think of it as like a cake. Ah, the lurker. Beautiful, beautiful. You can kind of look at this as a cake, and I guess I was trying to figure out how to use like lava and water, or should I use concrete for this. So yeah, so it's kind of, it's got layers, right? Well, it's currently made of dirt and concrete and nether bits, so I don't know if you want to eat it, but like, I mean, it is a free country. But yeah, so the idea is that, you know, in Ars Nouveau you can generate a floating island. So this was a little bit of just a test bed of how to make that work. This is the actually fancy looking one. So you can see, so basically you get your 4 island generating rituals, get them all ready. You can extend them with with a certain amount, you can extend them with an amount of source gems. So I was like, okay, we're just gonna split 1 stack into 16 each, and this is what it got. So, and I believe I have the actual like frame size built out here. I was playing around. I don't know if I 100% like this, having like a giant, I want this to be sort of like a factory, maybe sort of fancy house thing on top. I'm not 100% sure if I want to throw these into Mosselian as well. Basically, I was thinking of this more as a sort of colony starter pack. We've got these rooms, and I was making a few modules, which I think I deleted. I think I cleared out these ones, but I think yes, I still have the warehouse. Yep. So yeah, this is what the level 5 warehouse is gonna look like. Very nice, very nice. And I probably am gonna come back and expand on a lot of things here. But yeah. Funny thing about this is that I do envision, like, basically... Okay. So... This pretty much covers, like, the periphery. No, not completely periphery. It kind of goes... So basically there is a sort of 2x... So think of this as like a 2x3 grid, a 2x3 grid. There's these 1x1s connecting it. So my idea is probably to have this, the center is going to be the tower. This is going to be the walkway. And then there's going to be buildings that are the 2x3s, and then 2x3, and then there's going to be, there'll be a 1x1 here, a 1x1 there, and in each corner, but they'll only be accessible, and it'll be like 1x1, 1x1, and then like 1x1, 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 or 1x2, 1x1. No, periphery's a word that means a thing. I don't know what periphery is, aside from being around the like around, like the perimeter of the thing. Death metal band. I mean, that is a good name for a death metal band. I gotta admit. But yeah, so my current thought process with this is that I don't know if I want it to be squared off or have it be circular. I like the look, and I could have like some corner pillars that sort of square it off. Yeah. So I don't know. And I also, again, I don't know if I, like, 100% love having the base on top of this. When I just kind of, like, started putting this together, and it was like, I want sort of like a colony ship, or a, well, actually, I guess there's these things in Final Fantasy 13, well, these things, it was one time. It is an arc, and it does, and I imagine it as like Noah's Ark, except basically just a giant-ass ship with a huge-ass interior, and I had started building these with the concept of it being, you know, like a ship or something, and then I was like, you know what, screw it, let's just put this on top and see how this looks. So there's that. What else is there that I haven't talked about? Oh yeah, there's these generators, so I've been playing around with these. I've been playing around with these, trying to make sure that these work. Because yeah, I've had a little bit of bad luck with getting these to run. So I had these hooked up to yeah, this happens. This happens a lot, and I'm not sure why. Let's also maybe. Oh, and also yeah, that's also lovely. Glaze. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know why. In particularly, it stops. So the thing is, like, I guess I could. So I had the larger gears attached to this, which would increase torque. So I decreased it. I guess I could theoretically decrease it by doing the gear ratio in the other way, but the problem is that I'm gonna have to expand. It's gonna have to be larger, which is the only real problem. I think the problem there actually was that not enough fuel was getting to every engine simultaneously, or every motor simultaneously. I think that had to, yeah. Okay, well, I guess. Oh, I also really want to have, I really want to have just like a freaking engine. I want to have a freaking engine that's, you know, like oil based, and there's just rivers, there's just floods of oil, and it's actually like pooling in places, going and then being taken out. And this is part of the trying to make this whole thing work, basically using the plant oil as a thing to turn water wheels. And I want it to actually be functional. I don't want to just have to place a thing of a plant oil source and then and then I want this to be evil. I want this to be evil. So actually what this is doing, so I've got two hoses, one that's an input and one's an output, and for each tank here, and it's basically, it should be outputting and inputting, and theoretically it should, there should be a stream that is always, hopefully always in place and always turning the wheels, but I think I had to do a little bit of wizardry to get it all to work precisely. And if we... Yeah, it's, yeah, like, why would it be... Because no, because... I guess when this is starting up, what's happening is that it's, You know what, also, let me see if this helps. When it's starting up, I think that the motor is putting more stress on the whole system than it's like... It's yeah, I guess? I don't know. Well, hopefully, theoretically, like, the motor can turn one pump and still produce power, but can it move two pumps is the question, I guess. Which, theoretically, you would hope that they would both be getting at the simultaneously here. And I think this one actually did run, but it's clearly a little bit finicky. Yeah. Oil dams. So let's see if I can... So let's talk about the giant thing. So what this started out as was I wanted to make something akin to the Lunatic Pandora from Final Fantasy VIII, which is just a giant floating, like, crystal pillar that... And part of the whole conversation was I was trying to get... I was trying to get a, you know, a power source for this, because obviously it's got to be powered. These are rice generators that are producing rice and then feeding them into a, well, you can't see it. Well, actually, I guess you can. This thing is producing, it's funneling out the actual rice, and it's funneling down rice seeds and squashing the rice seeds into oil and then putting it into these tanks. And then hopefully, theoretically, it would be putting the stuff into these engines. And I guess my problem is... Maybe my problem is that I need to... Yes. There are other materials are available, but it's how it is. And I have this lovely starter for the starters. So, you know, I physically do not have, you know, like, the player cannot turn this wheel fast enough or cannot generate enough force to feed all of these machines, or to start the machine. So you have to have a separate starter. And so we've got this starter. So we've got this starter, which is basically a automatic starter for this other starter that then feeds into these, which with a little bit more efficiency. Oh, I see. In all fairness, I do also have, you know, my, I do have game chops up, so. But yeah, so when I do this, I think things start to explode. In fact, actually, yes, one thing did in fact explode. Yes, everything's just immediately overstressed. So overstressed by 450%! So, yeah, like, this whole thing needs to go back to the drawing board, and I need to, like, I guess, and I don't know. Okay, so 500 stress units. So theoretically, there's 2,000 stress units in each side, so 8,000. But it's actually only acting as if it's got 4,000. I literally, this is the first time I thought to actually do math. So, yeah, I think actually legitimately the problem is that it's feeding these two, it's feeding the center two engines. Yeah, and it's not feeding all of them. And then the other problem is that everything is literally, there is just too much. I need to put more, there needs to be more power. Okay. But yeah, also, and basically this is an ancillary system because unfortunately this doesn't like work quite as I was hoping. But there is a system that does deposit the oil and then suck it back up, but it's very much like, because I do like the idea and I do like the sort of aesthetic, but it doesn't work quite as beautifully. It probably could be a little bit more efficient. But yeah. You know what, though? You know what, actually? So I wasn't actually planning on doing any of this right now, but you know what, Banana? You have given me maybe clarity of mind here a little bit. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna swap these around and just see how that does. So instead of this, where it's a sort of where it's putting more power, now we're going to basically do the opposite. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to, like, this should reduce stress on the system. But give me a second. Sorry, it was, talking with Andromeda, and, she, was recording, like, voice lines, and she showed me. or she was recording something, and she had Discord notifications on. And I was like, you know, just you know, just a recommendation. Maybe you should turn off the Discord notifications when you record. And I believe she sent me a thing, and I saw that she was on Do Not Disturb, so good on her. The only issue I've got with this setup is that, like, I'm gonna need to move some stuff around. Actually, no, because this is... What? Oh, yeah, no, I'm a dumbass. Okay, I was like, wait a minute. Does it not? Shoot. You know what? Yeah, it is kind of weird, actually. I'm cracking a soda here. So, like, I have for a while, I had Discord up on my phone and my desktop. I would get notifications on the desktop and nothing on my, phone. And then I would, swap over to, but then I swapped over to D&D one time, and, yeah, thing. I see. You know, I was thinking about that also. I don't know what it was, but, like, there's a whole thing about, like... You know, there's a whole thing about, like, phones in the classroom or whatever. Or somebody... There was, like, some short that mentioned that. I was like, you know what? Like, I understand. The, you know... And I really hope this works the way I think it should. We'll see. It's like, I don't know, I think there's schools, a lot of schools are just like, there's a zero tolerance on phones, and it's like... Okay, so you have a problem. That people are, like, on their phones, they don't want to, like, they don't want to pay attention to school, it's too boring or whatever. Like... Okay, so, like... Is the problem not that school isn't, like... Is the problem the phones, or is the problem that, like, school isn't engaging and learning isn't, being thought of as engaging? I just, you know, just thinking about it, right? Like... Yeah? And, like, also it's a thing of, like, self-control. It's just like, okay, we don't trust you to do self-control, so we're just going to, like... It's not going to be a problem if, you know, we just take the thing away and you have no option. There's no... It's like, I don't know, shouldn't you, like, teach self-control and all that stuff? I don't know. Maybe I'm insane. It's Coke. Just regular Coke. Other soda brands are available. Dun, 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 dun. Coca-Cola. That's fair. Sorry. Sorry. Sprite's fine. I haven't had Sprite in a while, in all fairness, though. Actually, I was running low on Coke for, or I was running low on... Well, it was Coca-Cola, but I was running low on soda for CitizenCon. And, oh, yeah, no, there was, like, apparently, like, you know, it was, like, I asked my mom if she could, like, stop by and, you know, get some soda, and, apparently, there was something going on at our local Target. There were a bunch of police cars outside, apparently. Hmm. That's fair. So, okay, so we're gonna disconnect that for the moment. There's nothing really for the system to stress out over here, so... Dun dun dun. Dun, na, 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 na. Mm-hmm. You know what, also, actually, let's see. Stress. I would say, like, I'm a bun, I don't have such problems. But I don't know. I don't think I've ever had issues like that, but could be wrong. Well, I mean, the problem is that I'm trying to run these pumps, which is actually the source of the fuel. So I'm kind of having to, you know... And I don't know why this one would break. It just doesn't make sense. I don't understand why they break at all. Like, from a design point of view, I mean, like, maybe if they had, like, some sort of decal or something that showed that they were breaking, that'd be cool. But... But it's probably, a good start to all of this. No, 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 no. Yeah. Okay, so let's get our handy dandy stress. Oh yeah, no, it's pretty good. Alright, so, yeah, so... Yeah, okay. So, right now, all of these are not connected. And the hope is to have them all connected. The problem... I guess the problem... Yeah... Now, I guess the best way to do this would be for each system, each engine quadrant to connect. Yeah. Because the problem I was having, I think, is mainly from... These are moving in two different directions, aren't they? Yes, 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 yes. And we're gonna move this. Gonna swap this over for this one. So that we can connect all of them. Oh, that's lovely. But actually completely fine. A vertical gearbox. And then I guess we're probably also going to need another vertical gearbox. Cool. And now we should have a system that has the combined stress capacity of each one, so it should be, yeah, like 8,000. And now we can connect it to the larger system at here, so that this actually works properly. Just a matter of, well, I like to do things in a little bit more elegant of a way. But things that are maybe a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. Which, I guess for right now, the most that we're gonna get here is this. Okay, stress. Where's the stress meter? Did I not put one down here? Shit. Why do I not do... Why do I do this to myself? Hey, Andromeda. Oh, it's... Oh, what is stressing this whole thing out? Oh, that's understandable. What is that from? I remember that. You know what? Sure. If you got the paint, why not? So far, day's been good. I was trying to record, for a lot of the day, I was trying to record Star Citizen. Star Citizen crashed multiple times. So I could not get the recording I wanted to do, but you know what? It gave me the time to make that little doodle, that I sent you, Andromeda, so... yeah. So that's something. Oh! Maybe not that paint. Maybe not that paint. Alright, so... by the way, so what am I looking at here? What is my problem here is that I just literally do not have enough motors to make this system work. Can't think of where to put more in. Moral concerns about the source of the... Well, maybe not the source of the paint. I suppose the application of the paint? As long as the application of the paint, whatever that paint may be, does not, you know, bring upon trauma, mental or physical, to me or any parties involved, that'd be great. Can I not just put one of these gosh darn things upside down? Is this just not how we work? Okay, I guess I'll have to try modulars then, which is fine. Down, down. It's trying to go with, because modulars get expensive, but they can actually stack. Oh! Well, I mean, okay, well... to any parties involved, so... I don't want to talk about this. That's, kind of dark for my humor tonight. You gotta be honest. Thank you. That's fair. It's a little morbid, you know? Okay, my problem potentially with this is honestly, for one thing, I should probably make this fuel thing a little bit larger. Oh, and I think modulars are also fixed, so like they are always in this orientation. Whereas these Madujas can go multiple ways here. Although apparently they can't feed from the top, which is funny. Alright, give this whole thing a minute. Are we working? No, something terrible happened. Oh, Jesus. Multiple things have exploded here. Okay, let's slow. Okay, we'll okay, we'll. Didn't want to do this, but we're gonna throw a clutch in here. I'd love for this thing to just be able to turn off, turn on from start without exploding, but you know, sometimes we don't get what we want. Does this make you excited for playing my modded Minecraft Andromeda? Random bits of tech just exploding. Oh my god, why are these individually exploding? What the fuck? Why did the gearbox blow up now? What do you mean no network stress? Things are oh, actually, I'm sorry. No, I know why there's no network stress. Because, yeah, there's nothing past this point. Of course. Lovely. There's, oh my god, everything's exploding. Yes. I do love... Oh, this is just... Okay, this is having some... Oh my god, okay. I think I need to just let the system die, and then come back to it. Fix it when it's stopped. Yeah, I think maybe we'll just... I didn't mean to get distracted. Yeah. Oh, I don't think I showed you this though, Andromeda. So I think I might have talked about... I don't know time anymore. But we got this. Oh, did I mention the cake colony where we have like layers? We got layers that can accept buildings. I guess I decided to put a topper on the cake. Yeah, that's fair. So, you know, I actually did try, and you know what? Actually, I think I have one installed. No, I think I took it out. I had like a cell-shaded one, which is cool. But, I think it actually might have messed up a few block textures, although I could be wrong. It might have fixed itself after a few like reinstalls or whatever. But yeah. So what I was hoping to do was what I was hoping to start the stream off with was that is true. What I was hoping to start off with, so we have these buildings that are going to go in the cake colony, which I'm going to call the tower, although you know what, cake tower might be a thing. I've already built, like I mentioned, I built out a few. We've got these rooms, which are all modular. And then we've also got the interiors, which are also modular. We've got this warehouse, which I like this warehouse. It's nice. We've got the... Is there a way to, like, freeze yourself on... at a specific point on the elevator? Is it just... I don't know. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. It's more for the aesthetic anyway. But yeah, it's that's a whole thing. We got a good amount, I think, of houses, hospitals, etc., etc. So what do we have left? We've got the school, the university, and a restaurant. And I guess we're going to design that in this one. Yeah. I would do :3, but I don't know how to say :3 besides saying :3. Sorry. Let's see. Like, yeah. I guess, like, there's more we can expand on this in the future. But for right now, let's also put this bit orientation here. And got the interior. So I guess I'm gonna go for like a diner style here. This is a massive, this is very tall. But you know, that's okay. I don't know if this should be a stone or a wood pillar. Let's make the wood pillar first. I feel like that's probably the least likely, the stranger pick. But it's also, I'm also gonna have to move the lanterns. Oh, you know what? I should probably... Okay, so I will also say that... not every building needs... You know what? Actually, screw it. Okay, so my idea is that there's probably going to be balconies on the outside of the buildings. Let's have a balcony on the inside of the building. Just to, like... Just so you don't walk in here and fall to your death. You know, it's not going to be your fault, a fall to death here with this, hopefully anyway, with this, distance, but, you know, you can never be too careful, right? I can't remember which building. There was another building with the 2x3 by 2 story that I also had it do that, or I just had like I forgot about the second story door and I just left it open, so like I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. I'll have to do something. Let's see. So, we've got, frankly, this, just gonna call this food, and we're gonna call this, actually, before we save this, I'm going to put down rack. Just so they have some actual storage. And then gonna decorate it a little bit. Gonna put down furnace. Stove. Get yourself a cooking pot. There we go. Very nice. Very aesthetic. Demure even. You know what? No, let's put the bench down there. That makes a little bit more sense. You know what? Let's let's put one singular table for the level 2. And then the bench seating, because I think that's funny. And it also, there's a way to make the seats like work, like actually work, which also, by the way, never thought to stack these chairs on top of each other. I wonder why. I never decided not to stack chairs on top of each other like that. And I could also add a second story into this, which probably would be a better idea. Probably be a better idea. Ooh, can we add like... this isn't gonna look right. No, yeah. I don't want to make this too crowded. And also, it's, again, like the chairs probably aren't going to matter too much. Also, there will be some who are more familiar with mine colonies. Like, this is, I would say that by an actual, if you're going to actually do this, like, you'd want the levels to be more different. You would want it to be more of a meaningful upgrade and an actual progression. But that's not happening here. Okay, restaurant is done. Which means we can also get rid of everything in there. We'll also see how this actually works. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll make a new world and go into creative and just see how everything looks. University, yeah, let's do it. Usually, yeah, I need to, yep, that works. Alright, so university, I would think, needs some desks and some shelves, which I have in the form of these. Oh, should these be like giant desks? And again, we gotta start off small. Uni. Gonna start off small, and we're going to go big. Let's see. Well, I'm thinking have maybe like a little bit of a relax point. Maybe put just a couple of couches like that. Maybe. Oh, nope. Nope. Doesn't really matter too much, but okay, that's okay. Maybe this, because we have the space to work with it. Yeah, that could work. That could work. I want to put some decorations there, but for the moment, again, we have to like. I have to. Yo, not that many twos. Okay. And also like a little more, another library section. So we're gonna just put a bunch of these shelves very tightly against there. We're gonna just stack them up like this. Yeah. Guess we could also... I'm actually thinking... No, let's not do that. I want to have stairs somewhere. I want to actually put a second floor in this. In fact, I want to be a little bit silly about it. I want to be a little bit silly about it. I want to make just the staircase. Just the staircase for level 4. Actually, let's move it. Don't like having 1 block traversal spaces. Maybe 1.5. Or sort of like, you know, this with the little lip there. I think it's okay. Tis beautiful. I'm gonna feel so bad when, like, I really hope that I'm really hoping that Star Citizen like fixes whatever issue they have. The problem is whenever they have these citizen cons where they show off a lot of cool stuff and like, oh, this is where we're taking the game, this is what we want to do with, you know, like this and that, we want to improve this system. And it's just like, oh, this is so great. We really need this improvement to this system. That is going to fundamentally change the game. This is amazing. Every time that happens, it's like, oh, that's amazing. When it comes out in a year, and it's like, God, I don't want to play the game right now. Yeah. Let's see. I want side table, and yes, I should probably use something. I should use something else than oak to have like contrast or whatever. That is a sensible, logical conclusion. Also, I'm sorry, I did not want the side table there. I want the side table here and there and there and there. Actually, let me look up table, because there has to be one that's like half the height. That just looks weird. Actually, there probably isn't, because that also would not make sense. Yeah. No, not flower. What was the... I'm trying to think. Planter. I'm gonna put a nice little plant there. Figure out what kind of plant. And I think, this is a lot of open space, but I think that's forgivable. And I think for the sake of not going super crazy here, let's just line this with bookshelves. I know there's a few bookshelf mods that add like... I should look at it. I think whatever ones I was looking at before had some issues, and that's why I do not have them at present. But they were nice. They were very nice. That's not how you do that. Beautiful. Now, let's move. Get lanterns first. Oh wow, very nice. University, don't need. You know what I want to do? What I've always wanted to do, but like there's not a good way to do it, is to have like the desks from Made in Abyss, which if I can make an approximation of, it might look... And it's just because Minecraft's weird. And these are probably not the exact things I would want to use. Right? But you would want to do like something like this. But I think like the specific classroom in the orphanage was like... It was a very tall wall, or at least it had to have been. And like, that's cool, especially like if you actually look up Made in Abyss, like classroom probably. Made in Abyss, ORTH, classroom. Also, maybe Okay, I mean, obviously, like, they're very much, they are very much, like, custom-built classroom seating that you would imagine. Which, honestly, like, it really makes sense in that setting, because it is, the entire, like, thing is just, you know, being a... Oh, shit. I fucked up. That's okay. The entire thing is, you know, being a cave raider into a giant ass pit in the ground. Makes a lot of sense. Also, unfortunately, I think the way they denote seats and sort of the level progression here is carpets. I don't know if there is a particular number of carpets. I think the hospitals also have a similar sort of thing where you need to have a certain, where you can only have a certain amount. And I don't know what... I don't know what it was. I put together the hospital and was like, you know what, I don't care what it is, I'm just gonna do my own thing here. And just, because if, I think the maximum the hospital was supposed to have was 5. I want to say it was 5. Was 5 beds, and I put like, I don't know, 8 or something. Actually, I think more. I think a decent amount, actually. Let's see. Shelves, gotta get the cupboards, definitely those half cabinets. You know what, actually, no, we'll have this as like a decoration shelf sort of thing. Very tall. Dun, 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 dun. I will say, I think the Final Fantasy game, I don't know. I'm really looking forward to going back to 7. Maybe more so than 9. But I also don't know. I just think Chocobo Hot and Cold is going to be a terrible, terrible thing. Oh, also, I will say, Final Fantasy 13, I was like, yeah, we're going to do the post-game. We're going to do the post-game. But it's really, it just saves before the point of no return. I'm not doing the post-game. Like, yeah, I think I'm good. So, I mean, I guess I'm gonna be doing Deus Ex Invisible War this Friday, which is, not crazy. It's not what I was expecting, I guess. I guess that's probably the more sensible thing to, I was gonna have just no entrance. It's like, that doesn't make sense. And this is, oh no, we're making, okay, we're on 5. Okay, I see. I guess that's it for all the schematic. Now there's obviously a lot more potential schematics. The big thing I've neglected here is food, which is maybe kind of egregious, but there's ways to get around it. Namely, this giant thing up here is going to be a factory, and I would like to have that as such. I don't think I'm gonna have like some ludicrous complicated thing in terms of like because obviously I want to have some sort of like balcony thing. Actually, you know what, screw it. I actually have the schematic thing that I'm looking for here, so let's go in and actually use it. Floor grid. This is basically what this looks like. Because I mean, obviously, so there's 3 floors in between. There's 3 stories in between each level here. So for one thing, I would like to maybe try and embed some like pipes and you know, machinery in between those floors, because if I can. But yeah, so again, the idea is this is going to be a walkway, and there's going to be one building. There are going to be some buildings that go all the way here. There's going to be some that have this little, there'll be a house here, house there, maybe like a 2x2 building, or a 2x1 building, which I do have. I do have some 2x1s, but not that many. So what I need is this. Which I think we're gonna go with moss. A little bit of moss. Some gravel. Nothing too exotic, nothing too fancy smancy. And we're gonna have, you know, very small walkways. You know, nothing too crazy here. And moss, so plants can grow and we can, you know, feel like we might be living inside of a giant cake, but, a giant cake tower, but, you know, it's no excuse. It's no excuse not to have a little bit of greenery. Hey, how's it going? Alright, so, let me try and explain this as quick as possible. So, we have many things. We've got many things going on. We have this thing, which is, as you can see, there's, this is a very basic, just proof of concept for this, but we're gonna have one of these giant things, and, got a magic mod, can generate these little islands. We're gonna generate these little islands, then we're gonna put some buildings in here. Alright, we're gonna put some buildings in here, and this is what, the layout for the thing looks like. We're gonna have, basically, we're gonna have this grid, that, be houses. Actually, no, I'm sorry, I derped. We're gonna have that, and that be houses, and that be houses, and this should actually be there. But that's okay. And then, have I messed this up 2 ways? No. And then, on this side and that side, we're gonna have a 2x6. This will all be one building. And then it's actually gonna be 3 stories, and I've only made things that are 2 stories, so we're gonna have to figure that out, but it's something. Thank you. I have a few concepts of, like, you know, like, of, like, city colony things. And I'm kind of thinking of this as, like, a mega building in Cyberpunk. I feel like that might be a better comparison. I think this sort of method could also be used to make like a life tree or a world tree. With the caveat of, obviously, like, you have to place the outer shell. And I think the best way to do it is probably just going to be to place the outer shell, because it's too wide to do water and lava very effectively. So, yeah. And I want to try and keep this not ludicrously large, but I don't think that's going to be... It's not going to be an easy thing to actually... You know, we're going to use stone on the periphery here. Not the metal band, but the, yeah. This entire thing is gonna feel very cavernous, which is not a bad thing. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there could be a better way to do this. Where you, instead of building from the ground and going up, you start from the ground and dig lower. But I don't know. Yeah, I think I should probably just leave it open as much as possible. And yeah, I guess this is probably the... Just gonna have... We could probably do a switchback. Maybe to save on a little bit of space. I don't know if this really saves on on much space at all. Also, it does kind of look... Maybe it should be somewhere else? I don't know. There's got to be a lot of traffic in front of this door, and maybe we'll just lower the rent for them. I also wanted to actually use stairs here. Do I really not have wall? Hopefully this doesn't get it. None of this gets mossy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to save the bottom layer now that I think about it. Which is fine, just not what I was hoping for. Also, I am realizing that, like, no, this does not save any space. This is a 2x3. The stair is a 2x3 as opposed to a 1x4, and that is just not as efficient. You know what, let's try and work with it, though. Also do this mess. Kinda like it. The reality of this is that it is going to feel cramped. So, like, you know, it is what it is. Also, yeah, no, it's actually there. And yeah, so like I said, it's gonna be 3 stories, and probably this is ludicrously more efficient than it really needs to be. It could, like, I could probably do 2 stories, 1 story of like tech, of mechanical stuff, and then just, you know, like, and then just the island thing that is just basically dead space. And that could probably be just absolutely fine. I don't know. Also, yeah, there's like... Yeah, this just is not as efficient. Like, it might be better in some... It is better for some situations, but not this one. This one, it is actually kind of terrible. Because I can just do this, and then we got, you know, really quick and dirty. Quick and simple. And also, it's not really the switchback thing is not really stackable. I mean, I guess this is technically a switchback, what I'm doing, what I have here, but... And like I said, I don't know about making this in Mosselian. Like, don't think my giant megacity thing. I'm not opposed to it. There's a lot of stuff with Mosselian. Like, I don't want to have just a completely flat city, but that's the way I am envisioning it. So for one thing, I need to flatten everything out. I need to go back and sorry. I need to go back, I need to flatten everything out, I need to make, I need to, like, district, I need to designate what this area is going, what, you know, areas are going to be, more than just the very, very broad sort of districts thing that I had, in mind. Like, we gotta have more, we gotta have, like... Sorry. We gotta have, like, you know, this is going to be a shopping center, this is going to be a residential area, this is going to be a suburban area, this is going to be, you know, urban mixed, or, like, you know, or what have you. Na, 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 na. I'm not gonna be able to. Oh God. Not going to be able to save this in time, especially if I do silly things like this. We're gonna call this Scaff. Before the moss sets in, hopefully the mossiness did not spread. I think we have everything to make this a basic thing. But yeah. And frankly, I don't know exactly what I want to do with this. Because I probably want to, like, knock down some of these supports, but, you know, but I also want to probably have this be like a, I want to have these be farms, which Ars Nouveau, Whirly Sprig farms, which, and like a ranch, Drigme Ranch, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I am not a fan stone brick and oak, but it is just a very plain, very basic resource that I keep coming back to just because of its sort of simplicity. And I don't know. I don't need to oh, you know what? I guess let's. All right. So what I want to do here. I want to have, if this is going to be, because I did want this to be farmland on top. And maybe there can be some towers that don't have this base, and then there's some that do. Or, well, again, I'm not like 100% on doing it for Mosselian. But the theory can be that there would be some here. Or their theory that there would be some that don't have the base on top. Yeah, you know what? And yeah, I think I will do, I'll try at least designing a pillar. I guess we'll use sandstone because I'm not married to, brown concrete. I think well, we'll see. I probably want to have like some, I think I want to have some windows. That might be a good idea. Maybe some balconies, but we'll see. Sorry, I want to have a source tower. We're just going to get rid of the grass, just so none of this gets mossy. It might be specifically moss and water that turn stone into mossy stone. I'm not sure. I also really hope that I know it's a mod. I hope that it's not a mod. It's at some point. Okay, sorry. I have some soup that I could have and should have eaten beforehand, but this is the situation I find myself in. Actually, I want this to be not that dramatic of a curve here. Alright, sorry. Okay. So. We need a chute. Botany pot. And I'm trying to think, what... I feel like there's a specific, explicit link, source link that is better, or not source link, but if there's a plant that's better. Don't think there is. Trying to remember here as well. I think, oh, I need a... I need a ritual brazier, which also, the relays, I wonder if just like reinstalling the model helped that. I don't know. And I'm thinking that we have... Wait, this is not right. Yeah. Alright. Let's see. Alright, so... I can't remember if there is a thing about adjacency that's here. Ritual Blazer probably is going to be closest, and then the Mycelic there. Actually, I'm sorry. I think if I also got a depositor, which I do also want a splitter here as well. Now let's splitter. I'm sorry. What am I doing? We're gonna have splitters in the corner. I think that makes more sense. Gonna have that. Now this doesn't need to be adjacent. We don't need... Don't need those. I think my only problem here is that technically I've got to like hook all this up in a way, which means I need access to these. So for the moment, we're going to cut the corners. For me to come back and fill in at a later date. And I'll have probably a few ideas how to do this. I can't remember what it's called. And yeah, I could also like put another one of these. I could have, you know, I could guess what? 2, 4, 6, 8. Well, yeah, would have 12. Yeah, I get 5, 5, yeah, 5, 5, and 2. Yeah, okay. So I could have a much larger amount of the, I believe, but it's okay. And I want to, like, I need to actually set this up. So I think the only thing I have to worry about with what plant to use, I think source berries work, and I think source berries or carrots. Actually, I think carrots. Yeah, because like carrots or potatoes don't have seeds, so you can just go ahead and use them. And yeah, I think I'll probably put some like, ooh, okay. Maybe finish this first. I'll probably put like some add-ons where like this and that, and one will be the lifter. What is it called actually? Collector. One will be the collector, one will be a splitter. Guess it doesn't need to be a splitter necessarily. Could be the basic one. But that'll be the idea here. It might need to be a splitter, but it might not. I also probably actually want to do this. Never hurts to have a little extra light. Actually, sometimes it does. And let me just make sure. Dummy. Carrot. Farm. Actually, we want like a full stack. I don't think it really matters too much. Did it actually take from multiple places? Oh, no. Okay. It might be that I have... yeah. Yeah, I might have to move stuff around, actually. Okay, so that is... okay. Let's see. I guess we can come back to it and just see how it actually works. Let me just make sure that this works the way I think it does. Did it not work like this? Could have sworn. Oh, no, 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 no. It's not a ritual blazer. It needs to be a pedestal. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's like, wait a minute, this... Oh, so let's get rid of that. So this is not... okay, so this isn't actually doing anything, which is fine. Yeah, so what we're gonna do, and we're gonna change this up, and I shouldn't have saved. I guess I should have tested this first, but that's... you know, that's... live and learn. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow, from the words of yesterday. So we're gonna set that. I think there is also maybe a better way for all this to work. But this is going to send all of this sweet, sweet source, and it's going to deposit. Now maybe it should be. I think these ones are in range, but we'll see. It's going to send it to the closest one first. Now, unfortunately, two things. I think this is going to generate a second different blueprint. Not overwrite it, unfortunately. I think there's probably a better way to design this that's maybe hides the floaty bits that are cool, but not like what the hell. But yeah. Sorry. Some good soup. Sandstone. Wham, wham, wham. Wham, 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 wham. Okay, so this needs to be 5 large. We're going to make it, well, it's going to be the same size. And it can just be pure ass sand, or pure ass sandstone, because that's absolutely fine. We'll probably have it just be a solid ass chunk. Actually, look. Candles. How does one make... Does it require beeswax? Tallow. You get tallow. I know that's... I know you get honeycomb from bees, which is, you know, a little bit difficulty. But that's okay. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Did I see... Oh, from grinding up... Can you... No. Cool. Let me look that up real quick. Minecraft immersive weathering. Might not say on the... Oh, nope, it does. Oh, well, it has TAL. So I think tallow is like... I think it's like... You get it from bones, I think. Which, so I would imagine that like maybe shearing a bone block or something. I'm curious. Probably not shearing. Seems like a very strange one, but who knows? No. Water? There's like a tutorial video, but I'm not gonna watch it for immersive weathering, so like that's probably, I hope it says it there, but sorry, I want to have some lights on the base of this thing, but I'm like, what do I want? And lanterns would be cool, but I feel like candles would be kind of cooler. I do want glowstone. We're just gonna have a giant gonna have a giant glowstone pillar that goes not quite all the way to the top. I have a mod that has basically makes glowstone farmable, so not too worried about that there. And sandstone is with create renewable, so like I would probably put like gravel and something like this if not for that fact. So to explain myself, to explain my actions. But yeah. Okay. Thinking that just doing this will be simple. I've made a bunch of pillars before, usually the same sort of pattern, but unfortunately those were all 7x7, whereas this is 5x5, so that one little bit difference does help, let me tell you. Yeah, you're like not going to be able to look at this and actually, like, it's just gonna kind of glow, which is not, maybe not the best. Da da na 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 na. Also, yes, this is like, what, a 16-story building? This thing? You know, actually, it's just kind of crazy to think that this is probably actually like a realistically sized building. beautiful. Da, 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 da. I don't know if I called the main central tower a pillar. I could have, so I don't want to. I don't want to yuck my yum, as it were, I guess. I don't want to overwrite anything. Oh, which I guess now would be a good time to look at and see if we've got 2 tower source gens. Ew. That's okay. Yeah, that's so bad, but that's okay. I gotta clean this up at some point. Da-da. Mm-hmm. Na, na. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How much does this clip in? Just like 1 block, basically? Oh no. Wait, is this right? Because if I go 1 out, it's still gonna clip with some of this. No. Okay. I think I can live with that. Mm-hmm. Wow, 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 wow. Mm-hmm. 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 I also feel like I'm just like squaring off this building. It's like a cylinder. It's like it's supposed to be a nice thing about it. That is a goddamn cylinder, and I'm just making it a fucking cube. But everything's a cube. So that's okay. Oh, sorry. I thought I saw a musical note coming from this charred log that's still smoldering. Oh, when I was constructing this, I did have lava at the top. And I did the lava water trick to get it. And then I turned the stone into amethyst and all that. Yeah, so... I think that is literally everything for this particular building. Sorry, Just also also contemplating how best I would like to use this. Because, I mean, like, let's be honest, this does look, especially with those pillars, the top does look much better. Does look like it actually has a place, has a purpose. And again, I think I'm gonna probably just build this up with terracotta, I think is what I'm gonna do. And install some windows and such. And things are not going to be quite so perfect. So you can see like these corners, I could fill these in because they wouldn't like clip off of the sides, I don't think. But we're gonna line this up perfectly. Well, for instance, this does have a little bit of a lip on the top, which could be interesting decoration, but it's, you know, it's a whole thing. So there is obviously some space at like this end, which of course is where I would probably want to put, you know, where I would probably want to put stuff. And there's like on these rounded corner bits, there's also space that's gonna mess with. Yeah. Sorry, so no, I'm not gonna, we're gonna go to just a different part of the world here. Sorry, that's me derping very hard. Happens. We're gonna use Sandy, because why not? Also love that. I'm thinking that we'll see. But if I do the sort of lunatic Pandora, or whatever, I think I call it the Pandora pillar. I might have to come back to, the idea and actually, like, figure out something to do with it. If it was, like, if I could make it fly and have, like, a bunch of, like, mob farms that were able to, let's say, generate mob eggs, which I think I could technically do, then that would be something. To have it be a sort of, like, just weapon that generates monsters, you know. Yeah, sorry. Example, Cake Tower City. Dun 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 da 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 na 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 na. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Da, na, 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 na. And I'm gonna save right over this thing, so it's actually kind of, it was dumb to do that, but whatever. Oh, that's gonna be... Oh. That's annoying. It's annoying, but does offer an opportunity to make the corner of this be like gravel instead of to be gravel instead of grass, which is kind of cool. I always do the second point first when I'm making this, and I don't know why I have to second guess myself all the time, but I do. Replace with gravel. Source. Okay, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that. I hope. So yeah, these are gonna be empty. Oh, also... Island. Is this... Yeah. Yeah, we'll run down here and see how well this works. I'm gonna need to refill these, which is absolutely fine. I'm also going to need to clear the space, but that's okay. And we're just gonna run that one. Let's actually get it from here. So paranoid of activating it prematurely. Oh, geez. Oh, wow. Oh geez, did not want to do that. Derp a derp. Actually, okay, I apologize. I will be cheap here. Get rid of all the dirt this way. Take a little bit longer to get rid of all the dirt. I would hope that it's only going to take like 2 things of source. It looks like, I mean, I'm glad that it's going fast, so that's something. Because, like, the thing with the Mocellian, like the giant one, is that, you know, because it's, you know, goddamn giant, makes it very unfortunate. It takes a long time and takes a lot of juice to get it. Not sure. I think this is actually taller than it. Also does make a decent, it's a pretty good use of space, I think. Okay, I basically needed 1.5, not even 1.5. Cool, 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 cool. Unless everything just broke down. Was this actually not, like, symmetrical? Interesting. We're not perfectly symmetrical, perfectly aligned. That's annoying. And strange. Oh no, wait a minute. I'm sorry. No. Right. The first layer, it doesn't have to generate as many blocks. So that's what that is. I was like, wait a minute, this looks wrong. Okay, that's a derp on my part. But yeah, so the first one's done. We just filled up this one. Top her off. So my thought is I should have saved this as its own thing, gosh darn. Oh well. And I'm gonna have to move these things around, and I don't want to go like too crazy with this. So I'm gonna place down the buildings, but not the interiors of the buildings. And yeah, the scaff probably does not make that much sense, but that's okay. Here we go with that. I think, yeah. Oh, I'm a dumbass. Okay. And we're just gonna go back down. We're gonna reapply that scaffolding just to make things easier on myself. Let's see. Wait, we're not actually, we are pasting, okay. No, that's okay. That's silly. But that's whatever. Sorry, I'm apparently a little sleepy deepy today. I think what this music is from. Na, 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 Jeez, this... okay, we're gonna get... exit out of that. But yeah, I think, like, this is still relatively not going to take that long, which is very nice. We're gonna compare this to the... yeah, it's already at the... basically at the exterior. Like, before with, like, Mocellian, it would take hours. It would take, like, half a day just to have the thing generate. And yeah, I should have something up there. So we need an entrance, which is, I think, what this would be. I think we are technically missing out on, like, this corner piece. I think that's fine. Do 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 do. I think with a little bit of not insanely creative thinking, we can fix and figure out this little situation here. This entire thing to work out, which is, like, certainly a fine city size. I think my issue, I guess, is that, not really issue, but, like, 3 of the smaller sorts of grid patterns, but it's gonna be it's gonna be 3, it's gonna be 3. You're gonna have to chip off this one corner here in order for this to fit, which is fine. It is just a bit of making it work. And frankly, the more unrealistic thing is making everything actually properly, you know, flatten out. Frankly, a better way to do this, maybe, possibly, I don't know. A better way to do this might be to just do one layer at a time. I don't know how many that took, but like 5 buckets for the upper levels for everything but the base. What I will say, there's also keeping these ritual blazers for each floor is going to be beneficial. There are rituals that you could place down, have them be actually efficient and useful. Speaking of, let's get some gravel and moss, actually. Ugh. Okay. And we're going to, mainly just get rid of the dirt here. Gonna replace it with moss. Except for the inner 3 blocks. Be the main pathway here. And I should just use the build or the scan tool for this. But I will. And you know what, I will. Na 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 na. Ah, ah, bo do 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 do. Yeah, look, this lovely. We got a little bit of grass going. Get this going here. I guess we could widen this actually. Yeah, we could. Or we could just not. No, it makes way more sense if this is moss. Let me widen out the path here. But maybe I don't want to do that for everyone. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lazy and I don't want to edit the thing. Who could possibly tell? Have we fully generated the island? No. Freaking weather, dude. There's a ritual, I think, for like... Don't know if there's a... No, there is a ritual for clear weather. I wonder how that works in like servers, actually. Probably very interestingly. Gonna put that down, and then we're gonna put the top of the tower, the cake topper, as it were. Can't remember what I called it. I think I did call it Tower TF. You know, I knew that I was gonna make a TF joke. I think Top Factory, or Top Facility, maybe? Yeah, I think that's right. Oh my god. Yeah, it's I believe it was 5. I mean, that's as far as you go there. Yep, we're good, I believe. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, that's the first one. Second one. Third one. Sorry, I'm using my hand here. Fourth one. Fifth one. By using my hand, I mean using my fingies to measure it out. So I can't wait, by the way, for Star Citizen base building. So like, I still am trying to be not like super optimistic, because you're super optimistic with Star Citizen, you're setting yourself up for failure. It's just how it is. So, don't get me wrong, I am super excited, but just like super excited for the game that's going to come out in 6 years. That being said, base building, they said that their plan was to get it out in the next 12 to 18 months. I'd like to believe that 12 to 18 months means 18 months. I think, like, they really did think that they were going to get server meshing by, you know, by the end of the year or whatever, and they didn't. Or, I'm sorry, they, server meshing by, like, now, and they didn't. I think it's fine, because clearly, like, they tested it in, they did test it in, you know, in, whenever they tested it, and, in April or May or whatever, and, you know, they had 3 or 4 months to, you know, like, they had a problem, they took 3 to 4 months to fix it, and, you know, that's, you know, like, I don't know, maybe that's long for what it was, but I think it's, at the end of the day, I think it's fine. And, yeah. But I'm really excited for base building for a lot of reasons. I do want to see player cities. I think one thing they definitely did neglect to mention was, you know, like, player stations. For one thing, it wasn't org stations, it was player stations, which is to imply... So you're gonna need an org you're gonna need an org or some ludicrous combination of things in order to make one of those, make a player station. Even, like, basically you're going to need an org, and if you don't have an org, and you're gonna need an org-sized amount of work in order to actually get it to make it work. Which is absolutely fine, obviously. But, like, yeah, I would love to see, like, I think we are going to finish off this island here with this last batch. Not quite 100. Oh, I hope so. Maybe not. But yeah, as you can see, we do have these empty corners that do need to be filled with something. Which again could be like some pipes. Could be a few things. And I think the corners do have one block of nothing. So again, we could, and I do want to make a wall, not on this block, but on the outside block. Of course, is fun and interesting. I'm going to BRB real quick. I'm also going to use that AFK screen I used for CitizenCon, but probably only for certain things. So, yeah. Alright. Hold on to your butts here. Okay. Oh, jeez. Sorry, my flim flam and freaking fraggin' hair. Getting in the way all the way. Okay. I do need to, I guess, like, Star Citizen crashing, and it is not a bad thing. It does give me the opportunity to go back and go back and watch some of those presentations that I really should just have done before talking about CitizenCon. Like, I thought that Chris Roberts said that they wanted to get everything in, that he might have said we want to get everything in the next 10 to 12 months or something. Or 12 to 18 months. I was like, that's ridiculous. That's not happening. He knows it's not happening, but he said it, like, quieter, so it was like, probably like, yeah, let's not take that seriously. But obviously he actually said base building. He specifically said base building and monster hunting. He also said the one goddamn thing about Destiny, and like, oh my god. It's like, Chris, love you, dude. But you gotta think about your words more carefully. Good lord. Trying to think. You know, actually, let me see. I'm gonna look up Code Lyoko. So, Code Lyoko, there are these towers. Which usually are like... They're sort of just a giant pillar with sort of... that are... with like this sort of growth, sort of organic growth at the bottom. Remember, very much like a... Yeah, I don't know. Very much more of a bone... I'm not gonna use a bone. You know, bone wouldn't be... Woat. Not white. What am I doing? Terracotta. Yeah, I think white terracotta will work. And I'm gonna use gray... No, we're gonna use regular terracotta. I want it to be like brick-like. And then sort of change, sort of... Yeah. And we're gonna... And we're gonna go with a fairly simplistic, at least just for right now, this moment in time, we're going to use this as a little example, and we're going to make it fairly simplistic, I think. Yeah, I think that works pretty well. And we're just gonna ignore that. Down, no, 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 no. Down, no, 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 no. Oh yeah. I don't want to do like this for the entire stream, although, well, here's hoping we don't, but yeah, who knows. Da, 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 da. But yeah. Okay, so how to do... that's a derp on my part. How to do this? How to do this? So I do want to try doing a little bit of a speckle thing with like granite and dripstone maybe, and give it a little bit more of an earthen look. I also don't want to take forever. I could probably have used water. Turn the water blocks into like terracotta. I could have. Oh, right. But yeah, and I probably will give up on this at some point, if we're honest. Star Citizen though, Star Citizen. One of the things I was really excited about was all the insurance stuff. I think that like they did not, honestly, people freaked out about the insurance thing, rightfully so, because it's a very important thing, and I do think that they didn't really explain things extraordinarily well. They introduced the basic concepts of like insurance, and like for one thing, you have to buy insurance separately for your ships. Okay, understandable. There's insurance, which is just the cash, and then there's a warranty, which is will actually give you the ship. And then there's tiers of insurance and warranty of just the chassis of the ship and like the basic components. And then custom components, and then custom components and chassis, chassis, just the base chassis, and components, chassis, components, and decorations. Those three things. And yeah. I think they did say though, like basically all the ships that you've bought on the store with real money basically have permanent warranties. They don't have permanent insurance, but they have permanent warranties. So like, and presumably like you can, I think actually the one thing I don't think they've ever said is like, can you renew insurance or upgrade insurance? Which yeah, would be kind of important. Kind of be a good thing to know. Will also be a little bit terrifying. So what I want to do, I do want to do crafting. Probably also a lot of PvE missions, and we'll see exactly how everything plays out. Yeah, this is gonna take a while. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I guess in all fairness, also, like, maybe if I just dropped sand... Well, I'm thinking of this, like, from a survival standpoint, because I want to do this in survival. In which case, yeah, of course, that's not gonna fly. I think probably build the tower, build the first floor, and then generate the second floor, the second thing, and then keep going from there. And if I do need to come back and like, well, we'll see. If I need to come back and like edit anything, it's just gonna be a... I'm just gonna break through this wall. Yeah. Yeah, so for Star Citizen, like, I want to do... I want to be a crafter, basically, is probably the... So I do want to have... My idea was I wanted to have, like, an outpost, like a trading outpost, where I would buy, sell stuff. It could also be basically like an org clubhouse. And I do want to do that, but I think... And we'll see. I do want to basically have a, well, sorry. I want to craft stuff. I want to go do FPS missions. I want to collect loot, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to disassemble stuff or upgrade stuff. I do want to craft stuff from the ground up. I would hope that I can, deconstruct loot items and get not as many resources, and probably, you know, depends, possibly low tier materials, low quality materials, but definitely not high quality, but maybe, hopefully, just medium quality. Because there is going to be like a market for, like, hey, if you want this P4AR, but you want it cheaper, then, well, guess what? You're gonna have to deal with lower quality materials. Sorry. And that also applies to ships. I do want to, I want to go make... I want to do, like, you know, space combat. Moving my microphone here again. I want to go do space combat and, you know, get salvage enemy ships, wherever possible. Oh god, sorry, totally wrong keys. I moved, well, I didn't really move physically back. Nah, I kinda did. I was pressing S instead of W. Let's go around one more time. Yeah, I do wanna go, you know, do mercenary missions, get ground items, get, well, money from doing the missions, blueprints for the weapons and stuff, and all that jazz. Hopefully, like, refurbish or upgrade, you know, the items, and then sell them, or break them down for the materials if need be. And other than that, the same thing for ships. But ships are a little bit of a different beast because of the whole insurance thing and the whole transponder thing, which basically they did mention, like, you don't have to be it sounds like you don't have to be a criminal in order to, like, salvage a ship, repair it, and then if you want to fly it, you just need to replace, like, the dead man switch or whatever. Which is like, hell yeah, dude. Unfortunately, though, I don't think that's going to... I don't know how much I'm going to do that. Because, like, I need an actual org, I think, to, like, hey, gang, we're gonna go do some patrol missions, salvage whatever we can get. So, like, I would need, like, a Kraken to follow me around. Not a Kraken, hopefully, but, like, something of substantial size. I guess a Liberator, possibly. And, like, an SRV. In addition to the combat crafts. Which, you know, depending on... Doesn't seem like it would be, like... Doesn't seem like it would be out of the realm of possibility or anything. But, like, and of course, like, you have to start small, right? So, like, what I'm thinking is that I'm probably gonna get, like, a weapons crafting station, or a crafting station, however exactly that looks like, and just use it in the back of my C1 or whatever ship I have, and use that as sort of a mobile base. And if I do ever need to go and move around, I've got that. And I can also just unload that from my ship. I gotta say, though, I am really loving, more than I should, the look of the Starlancer. Like, the Starlancer, a lot of people don't like... A lot of people are having the issue with the Starlancer that the combat version is, like, it sounds like it's just the Redeemer, before the Redeemer got nerfed to hell, and it's just like... I don't really care about the Redeemer too much. It was cool, and it was like, yeah, this is a combat ship for... This is a nice, cool, heavy gunship thing. The The tack is that plus the like living accommodations, and like you've got 8 jump seats for like ground crew. You've got, you've got 2 fucking med beds. The tier 3, the worst kind of med bed, but still, that and a snub bay, like, and again, like, if it was like, oh, I'm gonna, use that snub bay to collect ships, well, a snub bay is too small for most stuff, like, right? Like, I don't know, maybe an arrow could be maybe could get some arrows in there, but probably just one. Yeah, no, probably multiple, but it would be a whole thing, right? But yeah, the tack, the Starlancer looks like a fucking awesome ship, but it's just too much ship for me. And it seems like, but yeah, no, it seems like a just beautiful, beautiful thing. I do think, though, that, I don't know, we need to see what the Ironclad is like, because I think the Ironclad, the cargo version might be a decent salvage ship retrieval, or like ship skeleton retrieval. Honestly, considering what I've just done, it didn't take that long. I think we'll do this one more time, then for my sanity, we'll move on to something else. And off stream, I'll probably just... Yeah, I'll probably, like... So the idea is going to be that I'm going to, well, we'll do it. I'm gonna finish this off with white terracotta, and if I don't like the color, I'll change it. I will say, though, that the idea of using concrete, and this being like again, like a mega building in Cyberpunk, yeah, I think that works. I think that's a very interesting idea. But I also really like the mega buildings having like a hollow center. But that is obviously a difficult thing to justify. But yeah, so I guess like when I first start in Star Citizen 1.0, which I assume is like going to have a full ass wipe and everything, so I'll have to start from, start from zero to hero. Yeah, it's going to be doing mercenary missions, crafting stuff in my personal hangar, and salvaging ships, looting, enemy gear, refurbishing, and all that stuff. I don't want to do mining. And the thing with the base building, I don't know how it'll progress. Not sure how it'll progress. I'm thinking that I will build my own personal like workshop, and then make a second, and then if I get an org that's of a large enough size, like the outpost theoretically could be an org base, but like it'll be on Fora or Vega. Hyperion in Fora, or Vega 3, which I think is Selene. Yeah, so that'll probably be how that goes. And I mean, I guess technically, like I could make it. We'll see. I maybe can justify building the thing out as a resource. Or sorry, building it out as, well, I can upgrade it eventually, but you know, that'll have to depend on a lot of factors. Dun 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 na 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 na. Okay, so if I drop down here, is it like, yeah, okay, cool. Da, na, 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 na. It also doesn't actually matter. So we're going to replace terracotta. Let's make it 5% granite. Replace 10% dripstone. Let's see. Orange. What do we got for orange? Wool? No, probably not. Ooh. Orange I'm looking for orange concrete. No. Orange sandstone. Oh, jeez. Forgot to replace. I think that'll work. Let's do like 60%. Place like 40% with it. Like 10% with granite. I think it's a very, probably looks good from a distance. Probably looks better from a distance, I guess I should say. No, I think it's a little bit too much contrast. Right? But there's also the chance that I just like the sandstone better. You know what? Actually, yeah, let's replace orange sand. Oh. We're gonna do orange sandstone, and then we're gonna break that up with terracotta and stuff. We'll do 10% terracotta. Let's do 12% just to be a little random, and then 12% granite. Then say 15% drip. Yeah. It actually genuinely does not matter from the interior. Yeah, I think it looks good. I don't know if I'm a huge fan. I wish there was like a more subtle gradient. I think I mentioned this before, but like, yeah. I'm just gonna go over the perimeter here with one layer of white terracotta just to give the idea. I need to look at Discord. I don't wanna like cut this short. But I'm not going to make it excessively long. Which makes it an interesting question of what can I fit in. One mod that I really there's a changed mod which I think it stopped getting support, but it is, I think it is there is a 119 version of it. I really like the mods that like let you, that like spread like blocks that like infect grass and like turn it into other things. I really like that concept, and especially like with like the nether spread mod, it oh, maybe I want to add something, add a little bit more to this. I don't know, we'll see. Maybe I don't want to have giant windows actually. I think this, in terms of this lighting, I think this is fine. Also, this is like the perfect size. I just want to say, like, like it fits very nice. It fits perfectly, so fucking perfectly that this base is actually the exact size that it needs to be for to fit inside of this. Now this could be larger. It could still work. Just because, you know, like. But yeah. I feel like I could be here for a while though. If I, yeah, we'll just for now, we'll just leave this. Against my better judgment, my wishes. I am, however, we'll build up this because I want to see what this can be. Da na 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 na. Yeah. Source gen, and of course it's one block off. I can just go and, like, this is slightly annoying, yes, but just go and fix it, it's fine. Oh no. Did it? Wait, is it? Okay, for a second I thought it was like generating like thousands of ritual blazers. I was like, that's not how that works. And I'm not sure if... Let's see. Nope, actually it is already set up. Hot damn. Which means that we're just gonna put these down. I think also yeah, I also think there's probably a better way to make those. To make these. I would love to have like a facility that has like basically, I want to say cassettes that like pop up, basically like, well, more like server racks, I guess, that like pop in and out of the ground with if they're ready to be if they need to be charged or are ready to discharge. So there's no liquid source. Cool. But yes. Let's see here. Well, dear. I probably should have had this be lower. Oh no, it's okay. You know what? Before we go any further, before we go too crazy here, I do want to get rid of all the grass. Replace it with either moss or gravel. Yeah. As you can imagine, I do want there to be, like, some habitation in some of the parts of this, but certainly not all of it. Yeah, and I cannot wait to see this actually really filling up, but that is going to take a while. I could add more. I could add more. I could probably just in general figure out. I mean, that's a pretty good amount of source there. Probably doesn't need to really be built up that much, but yeah. You know, I wonder actually. Yeah, we could do that. Cool. So what this is gonna be, I'm going to bake a. Again, we're gonna have a Whirly Sprig farm and or Drigme ranch here, and the center is going to be the door to get to the place, to actually physically access it. Then this is going to be roofs, and we're going to have the half slab roofs, because I think that's cool. Guess maybe I should build out one before building out the rest. That's what, this is just what I do. And basically we're gonna have production. It's gonna feed into here. And probably do a little bit of sorting. It will get sorted and go to the appropriate facility. However, I think what's gonna have to happen, one of these sections is gonna have to be habitation, and I think this, whichever is the habitation is gonna have the stairs. Because this could technically, I guess, be its own kind of habitation. Yeah, we'll see. It's an odd shape, just because it would be very nice if it, well, it'd be nicer if it funneled, if it didn't taper at the bottom and tapered at the top like traditional buildings, but it's a thing. It is a challenge to overcome here, and I'm willing to do that, so, so yeah. Which I think just because it makes sense here. And I didn't mean for the door to face north. That actually is completely luck. Let's maybe build out the habitation portion first. And like there might be a like sort of section like here, like this might be a room, its own room, and it's like, you know, like weapon manufacturing or something. I don't think I put down a waystone, so we're gonna put the waystone down real quick. I mean, I did and then saved over it immediately. Pillar city example. I was thinking like maybe a different word, demo, but yeah. Also, I didn't. Yeah. Da, 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 na, 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 da. Mm-hmm. And also the idea, probably try and flatten out as much land as possible, and then come back to this and like flatten out the land while building this up, and this could all be farmland before you get to the factory. So that's kind of my thought process there. We're gonna delete all this, and we're going to try and focus on, so we are probably going to want to keep the sandstone. And I'm thinking I'm gonna have a fancy little doorway. Probably some contrasting thing here. I really liked light gray and white, but nah. Ooh, cherry. And I'm so... glass, and we're also going to get some iron. I think we'll go with industrial iron. I think we're gonna go with regular iron here. We're gonna get the winters. make some iron frame windows. I think that should be good. Dun, dun. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah, probably should do that. I want this to look fancy, but not like super, I suppose not super fancy. We are going to do this. I do like the idea of trying to make like a life tree thing. I've always had ideas for like a druid village. Does seem like that would be a very interesting thing to have like this sort of handcrafted forest, but more, I don't know, there's a lot of ways to think of it. Possibly even the idea of having like a what's it? Even the idea of having like a ruined city that then gets turned into a something or other. That does seem like an interesting idea. Like a giant forest, a city that becomes an overgrown forest. So that's a cool one. I think we're gonna see if we can make ourselves a double back here. No, that is not going to work like that. You know what? This will actually work, though. Yeah. Not necessarily the hugest fan of that, but that's okay. I kind of want these to be like a... I don't know. It'd be interesting if these could be like their own sort of like room. We'll see how that goes. There's a lot of things you could do with this. Like this one in particular will probably be like a decorative shelf type deal. But you know what, actually, this could be just we'll step up into a little like lounge or something. Not a lounge, but you know, something like that. Well, in any case, and I do want the full block for the bottom of the walls, of the exterior walls, because I want to mount the the flower boxes. I'm thinking dark oak. I guess dark oak is kind of also my stereotypical go-to. But yeah, what else? What else is going on? I will say I have, so, Super Mario Party Jamboree. Super Mario Party Jamboree. Bleh. Very much a mouthful. Should have just been Mario Party Jamboree, but you know what? Whatever. I did. Okay, so I'm releasing. I don't know if it's just gonna be the one game for now, or if I am going to, or exactly what I'm gonna do. I think it makes sense to do one thing at Jamboree, or one like week of Jamboree, and then Starfield Galactic Guide up until where I was going to take a hiatus, because it was just mainly Jamboree was coming out, and I wanted to Jamboree was coming out, and I wanted to record it, and it makes the closer to release, I think, probably the better chance of it doing well. And then it also happened that I needed a little bit of a break just to get caught up on a Galactic Guide videos, which I have not done yet, but I will. So, yeah. I recorded the second week, or a second match, so, I won't spoil it. I had a misconception of how turbo dice worked on the Raceway, which I don't know if I think technically it's not the second board, but I don't know. Yeah, this is good. And I don't want to go like too crazy. I don't want to go too crazy with this, but it does seem like I am, right? Really hope that I don't know. I hope one day that I'm gonna actually be able to play this freaking game without having to worry about like mods, not having to worry about mod version compatibility. I think like basically there's gonna come a time where I'm gonna have kind of my perfect mod library, and I'm just gonna be like, you know what, that's it. I think I'm good. And I think I might be close on that. We might be close to that. But it's, you know, there's gonna be like create that's gonna always, you know, come up with new and exciting things. Other mods that also update, you know, that add new cool stuff. There's gonna have to come a time where I'm just like, nope, this one's it. This one is the be-all end-all. Do I know when that is? No, but I think it could be... Well, I don't know. You know, the next version, I guess 122, is gonna add the Pale. And I'm not typically one for horror enemies. But, so we'll see. That could be interesting. That could be something I'm willing to check out, but again, who knows? I want these. I would like for these cubbies to be little workable things. Sorry, I'd like for these cubbies to be their own little rooms. Frankly, I want this to be like... Well, okay. Let's build the ceiling and or roof. I want this to be like a penthouse suite. And I want this bottom one to be more like, well, more worker area. Not that I want to, well, I don't know, it's one of the things I was reading with, you know, like fireplaces and stuff, where fireplaces became a thing. The lords of the manor wanted to be Lords of the Manor wanted to be higher than their servants or whatever, and it's like, I don't want to reinforce that stereotype, but also, I guess that's how I want to do things. In this case. Thank you, Solar. I am aware of this. Yeah, but anyway, let's see. We want to have just the littlest, the teeniest of subdivisions. Want to throw in a counter dark oak. I'm gonna throw in a stove. Oh, very nice, very nice. I appreciate it. And let's see, this is handcrafted. I think polished deep slate can be a countertop. No. I think it's gotta be deep slate. Maybe cobbled deep slate. Yeah, it's more like it. This also, no, does not actually storage. Lovely. Okay, that's fine. Cabinet. And yeah. Well, let's see. Stove. Not a tea stove. You can take a toe. No, not a toe. What am I doing? Bed. Get yourself a fancy dark oak bed. Guess, no, it should probably be in its own little area. You know what? No, let's get fancy with it. That's not fancy, that's just strange. And this is also kind of strange, let's be real. Seems like, I think this is actually terrible feng shui. I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Desk. Let's get one of the... Also handcrafted. They do not connect. Thank you. Yeah. Sorry. Going to go into excruciating detail. Then I was like, I shouldn't. I've said it a few times. It's, you know, it is what it is. But apparently I do love talking to myself. So, we've got what I need to come up with a better name for this, but it's like... Cake Tower? In that it's got layers. I am gonna manually place all of these blocks, which is a terrible idea, but it's kind of the best way to do it. And not manually... I might manually place these. If I do this sort of speckle pattern thing for the bottom, I am going to cheat that in. I am going to just scan it. But yeah, you know, so we got 4 layers, and then the top, and you know, we got you know, this is just a bunch of it's empty right now, of course, but you know, it's I can throw in some buildings or some interiors. And then you got stairs, you got the ritual blazer that generated the islands, you know, and you can make your way up here. Eventually, no, wait a minute. Yes, okay, gotta pay attention there. Hey, am I on the third or second floor? Yeah, no, I missed a floor, okay. But yeah, you know, eventually there'll be some city here, some NPCs, you know. Top layer, I don't know if I really want, oh Jesus, this is unfortunate. Top layer is going to be like factory and or player base. And yeah, I am thinking maybe I want to just not have the top bit, not have the pillars. But oh, I also have like, well, so this is like a grid for a city. Give myself a layout. Actually, this perfectly matches, perfectly lines up with like the central sort of what would it be? Not 15 by 15. Wouldn't be that. No, maybe it would be. Or 17 by 17. 19 by 19? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna actually build out all of this. Maybe I will. We'll see. But anyways, I needed to know how big this was, and I did not know that it was the perfect size until this stream. So, yeah. Also, I have a mod that adds particle effects for... It adds particle effects for rain, but I think it doesn't actually have any particle effects for snow, unfortunately. So, and also snow buildup and stuff, which is, of course, the worst thing. But yeah, ooh, you know what I could do? We could get some shelves. Could build this up this way. Ooh, yeah, no, throw yourself a calendar on there. Let's put a... Oh, can I not? Oh, no. I need to put an item frame. Right. Then... Ooh, a few things I could do. Oh, you know what? Let's put a planter. Oh, it doesn't need to be a planter. It could be a flower pot. I think there's some other pots are available. And let's, I don't know, just grab whatever. Lavender, tall lavender. Let's get it some tall lavender, put it in here. Cannot put it in there. That is fine. Trying to think. No, we probably do want to just accept that one. Get regular lavender. Very nice. Well, it is very nice. Maybe I should put it on a table. Probably. Also, is this... Oh, these are shelves. Which I'm not a huge fan of these ones in particular. It's okay. Oh yeah. What is this from? Farmer's Delight. So this is not going to look it works. I probably, well, rather not. Oh. Didn't realize that's how that worked, but okay. And let's maybe... Could I throw in here? Maybe just a side table. I know we've got a globe, sepia globe, because of course. And is there, what else is there? Can I put down bottles? I feel like I can. Now, I'm thinking of jars. Jar of voiding. Okay, I don't know what that does, and I'm a little terrified. Also, oh! It makes light. Cool. You know what? We do have... Could make... Yes. Could put a stack of money. But no, we'll not. I'm just thinking of... If I'm gonna go through with the... I may as well, like... Whoa! Okay, that's an interesting one. I thought it was gonna have like a model, which actually would be a lot more work, so that's understandable. You know what? Wait a minute. What am I doing? Pot. Oh yes. Let's just go with a regular pot, terracotta thin pot. There we go. Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. Yeah, I could decorate this for like 5 hours, but well, maybe not 5 hours. Probably not 5 hours. I think I can maintain speed a little bit better than that. Could I... This is not the most efficient thing. Actually, no, I think it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Ooh. I'll say, though, maybe I am a little bit done with the decorating the... let's put the lanterns down. I kind of want to get to the juicier mechanical stuff. Or practical stuff, I suppose. Not necessarily mechanical. Da 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 da. Da 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 na 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 na. Okay. Trying to remember how... Alright, so I have a way I made these. Problem is that I always had one entrance and one exit, whereas this time I have two. Which means that there's going to be a little bit less efficiency, but I think, frankly, that's okay. I'm going to need these slabs because there's going to be water at some part of here. Solar, how familiar are you with Minecraft mods? I guess that's a very difficult question to answer now that I think about it, because there's a lot of mods. How familiar are you with every single... How familiar are you with every single magic mod that's ever come out for Minecraft? Do you have experience with specifically Create and Ars Nouveau, preferably in by means of using both at the same time? Yeah. I don't get too crazy. I also could have done that a little bit more efficiently, but oh well. So... yeah. See how I feel about this. So, Ars Nouveau is a thing. Just use square pavings, that works. Ars Nouveau is a thing. It is a magic mod. It's got some automation. The main thing that I really like about Ars Nouveau, I guess I use the automation a lot, but it actually has like a custom spell system. Can generate a lot of spells. A lot of interesting, unique spells. But it's also has just a more efficient way of... It has a more efficient farming method, which it has to have some ups and downs in comparison to Create, of course, but I do tend to prefer it. What do I usually do? No, this is... I'm trying to think. I want to say that I usually put like a tree in this corner and all four. I don't know, maybe I don't. No, this looks right. It's been a long time since I messed around with Ars Nouveau stuff, gotta admit. Ah, very nice, very nice. How crazy do I want to go with this right now? So I think what I will do, I will make, I will plant a tree, though I don't know what kind of tree. let's say a... let's just go with cherry tree. I like cherries. Cherries are nice. We want to plant a good variety, and absolutely a variety of things. Let's get ourselves a hoe. Let's go with the copper hoe. Let's be fancy. What are some staple foods? Carrots, potatoes. Just regular wheat seeds would be good too. I would say pumpkins for the holidays, but we don't... oh, we don't have space to mess around here. In this very serious example thing. Will probably be good. I want to say... probably rice. I can find the thing. And it's not seriously, no. Oh, you know what? No, that's also something. Thundergrass. And I think it's this stuff that that I can turn into... Hold on. Oh, from burning the bales? Yeah, okay, that's... alright, alright. I can make glowstone from this. Or glowstone dust. At a very poor exchange rate, but very... kinda nice. Kinda nice to have. What's I gonna say? I'm trying not to talk too much about Star Citizen. Well, I'm sure I did. Because I still need to make that video. My post-CitizenCon thoughts. Oh, something with flax would be good. Yeah. So you saw. I'm glad. I feel like, I don't know. I don't, the last two CitizenCons? No. I did stream one CitizenCon before, and then I skipped the next one. I definitely skipped last year's. But I actually streamed all of this one, so... yeah. I don't know, it's a hard one to, it's hard to say. I think a lot of people had, there are some things that I think they genuinely did, like, not explain, like, in amazing detail. Like, I do think the insurance thing, they cleared it up. There was, like, some misconceptions, there's some things they didn't explain too well, or at least a lot of people were confused, at the very least. Or had questions about how, oh, there we go. You know, had questions about how, some of it worked. What's spice leaf? Yeah, I mean, frankly, everything is kind of how I expected it was going to be. like literally, like well, I don't know. I think I've explained what my hope was for crafting, and I think it is basically exactly like Star Wars Galaxies. Except maybe without like, well, we don't know actually. I guess like it, but basically the only thing, like, it might have a little bit less complexity of like items and qualities, but if I don't know. And even then, I mean, that's a good thing, because Star Wars Galaxies was kind of insane, just how crazy they went with it. And this, I assume, will probably be a little bit more approachable, but I also have no idea, so... I guess I should really be a little bit more like, this does not matter too much. Let's get the mushroom. It's not roasted mushrooms. I hope I can plant you. Thank you. I think the only thing I was really surprised at was the, like, the fact that they're reworking the whole clothing system, which, like, I mean, like, good on them for doing it. But I thought it seemed like a lot of times, like, this sort of, like, yeah, we could do this, we should do this, but, like, we'd have to... But, like, it's just how the system works for, like, clothing and, like, wearing, you know, jackets or clothes and armor at the same time. And it's like, I'm looking for soybeans here. And that surprised me. The sandworm... I don't think anybody was expecting the sandworm. And frankly, like, I'm happy that the sandworm is a thing that's happening, but also I'm like, why did you put it... Like, why was the sandworm half of the presentation talking about clothes and archetypes? You know what, actually, yeah, the archetypes thing, I was like... I was going to be livid if they went and did another year where they were talking about archetypes and it was just a slideshow with no in-game renders or anything. I mean, I don't know what... frankly, I don't know what I'd really... Because really all I wanted was just like, hey, we have this old armor. We're going to just change some stats around, you know, and it's going to... You know, it's going to be more specialized a little bit in this way. And I guess that's all I really wanted to see. At least some idea of what was going to happen in that regard, but like... Yeah. Probably don't want cactus, actually. And then all the base building stuff, was... great. As you can imagine, I might be a little bit of a fan of base building. Trying to think. I want to say that usually this farm is a little bit different of a size. I also don't know. I think the one thing besides the sandworm just taking space out of the like talk about the clothing, which like again, it's like it's fine, it's whatever, but it is just a little, it's just strange in my mind. What else? Oh, Nyx and Castra. So Nyx, third system, the only thing they've talked about is Delamar, well, Delamar and Levski. They didn't talk about Nyx 1, 2, or 3. They had a visual in some of the stuff, but like they didn't actually talk about Nyx 1, 2, or 3. And but they did talk about Castra 1 and 2, and Fort Arthur, or whatever it's called. Which, yeah, I don't know. It doesn't sit right with me that they would talk about the fourth system and then not the third. That seems very strange to me. But I guess it is what it is. Yeah, I don't, and I really wonder how the balance is gonna end up. With like clothing and armor, cause, cause like, well, okay, cause I think it's not gonna be too much of a pain. It's just gonna be a thing of like, assuming that you wear armor only when you need to. If you have a ship, if you have a ship like a Reliant, Avenger, well, not Avenger, kind of Avenger, but like a 300 or something with an armor locker inside, it'll be, you go in, you enter your ship with clothes or a flight suit, and then when you need to go and do combat, you just, before you leave, you just switch out of your flight suit and or clothes into combat armor, and it probably won't be that big of a deal. But it is still a curious thing of if it's actually going to be, of how beneficial it will be to do the clothing thing. It does also suck because CIG has really great artists, and they're just like, I don't know, it feels like they don't have a lot of weapons or armor, and it feels like they do have a disproportional amount of clothing to the amount of times you would actually want to be wearing clothing. And like, there's, I don't know, it's sensible in some ways. But yeah. Oh, any favorite ships? Specifically the ships that they teased. I am super curious about the the Drake mini baby Corsair thing. I don't know. Of all the things that I've heard, I don't think I've heard. No, I think somebody suggested it might be like a Drake heavy fighter, which I think is exactly, which is the thing I've definitely wanted to see. I have a Reliant, a C1, a Pisces, a regular Pisces, and a medical Pisces. I used to have a Corsair, but I basically am just completely solo. So at some point I was just like, this is too much ship for me. I literally, there's no goddamn reason for me to have this. I think it is the best ship interior they have designed, and it's the recent nerfs do make me curious, but about like what the hell they were thinking. But yeah. And then the because like I could see it. So there was one time way back when, not way back when, it was probably last year or something, they had like a random nerf to missiles where they nerfed the speed of missiles like to a ridiculous degree. They didn't say why they did it, and it was in like a PTU or an Evocati thing. They didn't say why they did it, but they just did it, and people were freaking the hell out. What it turned out to be was that they were just testing it. They were literally just testing it to see, like, okay, so if we change the speeds to be like this ridiculously slow, like, missiles are going to be worthless, right? And that's what they did, but they didn't tell anybody. And I was suspecting that it was, they wanted to test and see, like, what would it be like if the pilot didn't have access to the front guns and it was like up to the co-pilot. And it was just like, hey, let's just test this and see what it looks like. But as far as I can tell, I have genuinely no idea what they were thinking. Like, Yogi said that, like, it was an actual, like, conscious decision. I don't think it was a conscious decision. I think it was... I don't know. I don't think it was... I'd like to think it wasn't malicious. It just doesn't seem... It just doesn't... I don't know. It just doesn't seem right, but... Oh, yeah. Let's real quick, before the actual production here starts, get ourselves a vault and just have some storage. Gonna come back to this. But yeah, that was definitely a thing. I also really like the Starlancer. The Starlancer is like... I don't think MISC ships usually look too bad, but they definitely have some very bulbous, strange, fugly decisions that they make. And, it's definitely not gonna win a beauty competition or anything. But, goddamn, the Starlancer attack is like... Oh my god, that thing is like... ludicrous. Like, I mean, I know also, you know, a lot of people, and frankly, rightly so, are just like, yo, this is like just a better Redeemer. Why would you do this? And it is absolutely silly. The 2 med beds kills me though. Like, that is so good. Like, this is such, like, this is too good. It's too good of a ship. Oh, and then the Pioneer. Oh, dude. But yeah, no, it's, is a thing. Again, though, it's too much ship for me, so, like, maybe one day, but it's definitely an in-game purchase. I did look to see, like, if I melted my Pisces, if I melted my Spirit, both of my Pisces, would I have enough to get the Starlancer? And the answer is no. Or at least the Starlancer attack. Maybe the cargo version? But yeah, it's a thing. It also, I can't melt... Well, maybe if I also melted my Reliant, but my Reliant has LTI, so... And frankly, I don't regret that decision. I don't regret that decision, even though I don't think anybody would say... I think everybody would say that is the worst decision you could have possibly made. Of all the ships. Of all of the ships to be like, nope, this is the one. It's definitely not the first. It's definitely not a lot of people's first choice. Yeah, that's fair. I think anything bigger, anything larger, and it is absolutely like an in-game purchase type deal. Like, if I had a consistent group of friends that could be on usually, yeah, then absolutely, like, the Corsair would make sense. But without that, nah, it just doesn't. Fair enough. It's one of the things that I really love about Crusader ships is that they just maneuver so goddamn amazing. They're huge. They're larger than their contemporaries, but they're also more agile and more maneuverable and got more acceleration and like yeah. The M2 is absolutely a ship that I will buy in game. Currently I have one in game, and yeah, no, I mean, I don't take it out for a lot of stuff, but when I do. I'm also I'm really curious how the ship, well, how all of the like ship repair and manufacturing stuff will go. I was mentioning earlier, my hope is to, I want to be, like, the most gray market mercenary you've ever seen, basically. Like, I mainly want to do PvE stuff. I want to mainly be in, lawful systems. But, I will do... The main, like, sketchy thing I want to do, is to get into combat and then fight, NPC, hopefully mostly just NPC ships. And, after the fight, retrieve those ships and, like, you know, whatever, with an SRV, with an M2, with a Liberator, with a Kraken, an Idris, whatever I can get my grubby little mitts on. Take them back to base, fix them up, and then sell them. That was the hope, and it seems like I will be able to do that with all the ship insurance stuff that they talked about. But and I also do want to do crafting and stuff. Cause like, yeah, I don't know. Cause like, I imagine that like, okay, so let's say I find an enemy. Well, let's say I find an enemy Idris. I take it down. I take it down and I need to get it back to base in order to repair it. How do I get it? How would I repair it from then? I would assume that the like crafting, the ship crafting thing, you just park it in there and it'll just be like, yo, you need to replace, or you need to craft a new engine or whatever, or a new power plant, and then it'll just be like crafting the power plant. And then the repair is probably going to be its own beam thing, which I know they had that as a basic idea last Citizen Con. And I don't think it'll change too much. I don't see it changing too much anyway. My biggest question with that whole angle though is like looting. Like, okay, so I loot some armor. Okay, well, for one thing, I loot some armor, some Ninetales armor, and I don't want it to be that color. What do I do? And then, let's say I just don't like the armor in general. Like, can I scrap it? Or am I going to have to sell it? I would hope that I can scrap it and get not as many resources, or, you know, not as high quality of resources as went in, or whatever. You know, just something. And I also think that the guilds, I mean, I don't think the way they've presented it is bad or anything. I do think that a lot of the guilds seem very individually focused, like on industrial, on combat, when I would think that a corporation, well, and you know, I would think of like the guilds possibly as a straight up guild, which would be sort of like solely focused in this one sort of category of stuff. But I would also think of them as sort of like corporations or conglomerates of multiple companies. So like you have this sort of mega corporation that has, you know, a weapons or a weapons company, has a vehicle company, has, you know, an armor company, and, you know, maybe a food company, and they've got like you know, spread them out that way. Which, I don't know, if they have a lot of guilds and have guilds like the trade guild that just focuses on trade, and then the, you know, it's a good name. I was gonna say Kruger, but Kruger's already a thing. I don't know. What? Arasaka. Let's say Arasaka guild that has weapons and tech stuff or whatever. Could be its an interesting and different way to go about the whole thing. I said I was going to be done with this, but I'm just going to clean it up here a little bit. We'll also say, I don't know, because I've tried to stream Star Citizen a few times before, and I've had poor luck, but I do want to stream it at some point, and I do want to have a weekly series on YouTube as well. I think I might try this. We'll see. I might try this, this Sunday. We'll see. Oh, you know what? Also, player cities. Speaking of base building. So my assumption... they didn't outright say player cities was a thing. I don't see... I don't see it not being a thing. So... And the way I think it'll work... You will have a plot of land. You will have like a house, or maybe even, well, you'll have a bunch of doors, and there is going to be a permission system for ships that can determine who can operate things. All they would need to do is to have a permission system that says, hey, I want this person. This person has access to this room, has access to open this door, and, you know, theoretically, if they really wanted to explicitly make it like a land-owning thing, right, then all they'd have to do is, like, throw in a, you know, like, hey, as long as this person is renting, is paying rent, then they have access to this room or this door. And I think, like, I'd love to see that. Also possibly a thing of like subdividing the area up. But who knows? And I really hope they do that. Because, yeah, I mean, stations are cool. And that'll definitely be part of it, but like, do you know that we will absolutely see a Star Citizen player city if they have the means of effectively making it or not. As soon as base building is... Well, not as soon as base building is in it, but like, give it a little bit of time. And it'll be crazy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I know the The closest we have is 12 to 18 months, which is I don't know. I could see it happening. I want to be optimistic. But it's hard to be sometimes. It also really depends on server meshing and how well. I don't know. It'll be interesting. I haven't been. Unfortunately, I only got to, be a part of the Test B, which was the first one they did in September or August or whenever it was. Which was the one where it didn't go too well, but it was a thing that happened. Dun, dun, dun. No, that's not gonna work. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, their magic's up. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how to take it, because I don't think I've seen a lot of people like make note of this, but like when they released the server meshing, like, after action report, I think is literally what they called it. They mentioned that Test A, which I think was in April or May, like, they ran into a problem and they had to basically add an entire new thing of code, or an entire new system, and that basically took 4 months. 3 or 4 months or whatever. 3, 4, 5 months or whatever. So, like, I don't know, like, I don't think it's a bad thing. It's just, it is what it is. But, like, you can see how they thought they would release it earlier than they did. And, like, one thing, one very big thing, caused, progress to slow down to a pretty large degree. Oh, and then full release, like proper full release also. Yeah, that's also going to be a thing. Like, people are, when things go from PTU to live, it's one thing. Because there is, a group of people, and then, a much larger group of people goes out to, and that was the whole thing with 3.18. Yeah, this is, oh, this is gonna be a thing. Oh, dude. So Solar, you know, do you want to hear... I don't know. I have an opinion. And I want to see how nitpicky of an opinion it is with Star Citizen. Okay, so let's see. There's there's a few things, I guess. I particularly love FPS gameplay, so it's a little bit more, so I'm a little bit more passionate about it in comparison to a lot of things. And you know what? I should look up exactly what the quote was. They definitely have had a substantial like focusing and emphasis on developing and, you know, patching, fixing the FPS experience. I hate the fact that the LH86 is a machine pistol, because now I don't mind Gemini having a machine pistol. I don't mind, like, the team that made that decision, I don't think had like the artists to make a new machine pistol. So I can at the very least understand and appreciate that we have a machine pistol in game and can balance stuff around that. Should have made a new machine pistol. I think Zach Pierce said that somebody was like, I want to have 1 million weapons, and he was like, no, we want to focus things. We want to have a few weapons that cover this sort of wider range of stats and everything. And I'm like, no, have 1 million weapons. I want to see 1 million weapons that like cover the full gambit. Like there's a lot of things that I would love to see. I would love to see like a weapon that is visually completely different from a P4AR, has the exact same stats as a P4AR, but except for like durability and reliability, or maybe durability and fire rate, or, you know, and yeah, like that's a whole deal. And also, the thing with the LH86, in my mind, the reason that it's so egregious is they took a standard pistol and they made it a machine pistol. We didn't have any machine pistols, really. And now we've got, like, you know, one less standard pistol. And yeah, that's my main thing. I want there to be as many, if not more, guns than ships. Is basically the main takeaway. Oh, that's absolutely fair. I mean, I like running pistols, just pistol only, just because it means I have an open slot to pick up something, to pick up 2 rifles, and then, you know, I'm not having to, when I'm looting, I'm not having to worry about my own rifle that's taking up space. But yeah. I mean, like, what if... I mean, okay, so there should be some, like, standout, like, this is the standard rifle that you see a lot of people run. But, like... But what if there was, like, you know, like... Well, I don't want to say every faction having their own FPS weapon, but just, like... You know, like having a good amount of, like, right now it could be, oh, the security forces use a P4 and an S38, and that's it. But what if there was something that was a different, something that was actually a proper P4 AR competitor, and, like, you know, what if there was, like, the sort of mid-tier market the sort of mid-tier assault rifle market, the low-tier assault rifle market, the high-end assault rifle market, and, you know, maybe even, you know, well, also, you know, ballistic assault rifle, energy assault rifle, and all that. Like, and mainly the thing, like, they've got some great-ass artists. I want to see them do stuff. And I also, like, would think it would be a good thing if they, like, did a little bit, if they had an emphasis on the monetization. If the emphasis on the monetization wasn't just ships. Because, like, if you had, like, $5 or, like, $8 dual weapon packs, or $5 individual weapon packs, or something, like, there's a lot of people who would pull the trigger on a $5 weapon versus a $100 ship. And it's like, I think it would be a good thing for funding, but it also seems like they're not that interested in it. I mean, it's also fair, but, like, I don't know. Like, I think it's just a good idea in general. Not that the monetization thing is, like, a really solid driving factor. I think it's a good thing. I feel like it would be... Well, I do think it's a good thing. It would be a good thing. Also a way to persuade them to actually do it. And I would be okay with, like... Oh, right, paints. Paints is absolutely a thing. That, like, need to... I just want them to straight up copy Warframe. I think if they straight up copied Warframe's paint system, it would be golden. I'd be okay with, like, some exclusive web store paints. I think anybody would. But yeah, maybe not like, maybe exclusive, maybe like, maybe exclusive, maybe lootable but not buyable, but I'm just thinking, like, I'm not gonna buy another ship. I've spent too much money. I have spent too much money on Star Citizen. Would I buy a $50 ship? No. Would I buy a $5 weapon? Possibly. Just to throw it onto the pile of stuff, just to throw a little bit of money. But yeah. They could do much worse monetization things. Nice. Oh god. Oh, that was another thing. The Origin 400 nerfs. Oh my god. I'm like, the 400 is like the 400i was a lovely, weird ship that was just, it was slightly too large. People were comparing it to the Connie when it was really more of a freelancer Cutlass competitor. But it was too large for that size of ship. But like, it didn't have a lot of cargo, it didn't have a huge amount of weapons. It's just this odd thing. But it did have a shitload of shields, and then they took it away. And they, like, took it away to a really ridiculous degree. Or it had, like, 3 shields or whatever, and then they gave it, they gave it 1. Or they took away 2, I guess I should say. Or whatever they did. Even though all of the components fit. Oh, that was definitely one that was strange. I'm also super... I don't know. I think there are some people who think that the Origin 200, 500, and 700 are never going to be a thing that happen. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that they wouldn't do that. Because like, I think it's obvious. I think it's super obvious that they're going to do 200. I think the 200 is probably the one that people... It's like, there's no way they're going to make something between the 100 and 300. It's like... I want to see like a souped up Pisces. And then, you know, a few variants. I guess maybe something more like... I guess the Cutter would be a better comparison. But I absolutely think they could do it. And, like, explicitly the, explicitly the Pisces, because we need more shuttles. We need more little runabouts. It's kind of crazy we don't have too many. Fair enough. I think the 100... I don't know, the 100's interesting. Because it has 2 size 3s, right? Which is not like a lot, but it is something. For its size, I don't think it's very maneuverable though, in all fairness. Oh yeah, that is a good point. That was also very nice. I think it's, yeah, because it did have, I think every variant had cargo. So you could, like, you didn't have an armor, I think maybe I don't think it had a weapon rack. But you had space for a cargo container, so you could make it work. Had some potential storage with the inventory crates. I'm very interested to see what the Crusader Intrepid looks like. I was very surprised that they didn't talk about it at all. But is what it is. I really like the Avenger's nice, but I'm kind of spoiled with my Reliant because it has 6 size 2s. Which well, back in the day, it was 4 size 2s and 2 size 1s, but my hope is to run energy repeaters and 4 energy repeaters and 2 distortion repeaters. We'll see how distortions end up looking, but yeah, that sounds so fun. I cannot wait until that. I cannot wait until the distortions are actually good again. Except once abandoned outposts. Yeah, fair enough. They had a lot of bugs, and I think there's probably persistence actually did solve a lot of them. There was a few patches where it literally you couldn't get into it because it would spawn incorrectly every single time. It would spawn incorrectly on the pad. And it was absolutely insane. But yeah, they'd have to be interesting. They'd have to really, it would be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult to replace the Reliant in my heart, and my hanger. Like, I am slightly concerned that the Mirai Guardian could do it. But also, it is a massive ship in comparison. It looks like it's just a solid chunk. The main thing, like, it needs a little bit of cargo. Even one SCU of cargo, absolutely fine. But it needs cargo, it needs beds, armor rack, weapon rack. Which I have absolutely zero doubts that the Guardian has everything except for cargo. I could genuinely believe that it does not have any cargo, just like the Vanguard. But who knows? It is gonna be so hard to go back to playing Star Citizen, though, knowing that, like, what they've got in store and just not having it. Like, I don't even know. Yes? I could see crafting and base building, like, they announce it for, like, December next year. They announce it for the Q4 patch. And then, did I really miss just that one block? I knew it was coming. I knew it was there. I was like, oh well, I'll just come back and finish it. It was just the one thing. I could see them saying that it's going to be in Q4 2025, and then it getting moved back 2 months. I could 1 month and then another month. I'm sorry, 1 quarter and then another quarter. I could see it happening. It's basically what happened for server meshing. I want to be so hopeful, because I think that will change, that will, like, legitimately change the landscape of the game so much, but... yeah. Yeah. Oh, also the CSV, the Argo flatbed truck. Dude, a lot of people, myself included, have wanted just a freaking flatbed truck forever. Like, oh, dude. It looks very distinctively Argo, but I don't... Like, I love the practical thing that it has. It is exactly what I wanted, but I do not like the look of it. I think it's okay, but like, it being a one-seater, like, I kind of, okay. I think it looks good, but it is not my taste, I guess. It is not my preference. I can imagine. I just want a two-seater. That's all I want. That's all I want from that. Also, I want it in game. I hate the fact when everybody was complaining about the Atlas, the real problem I have with the Atlas is just that like it was not made available in game immediately, which I think is like, which is my big gripe with all of the things. No, dude, the Rock DS, maybe still to this day, like, I legitimately, and like as legitimate as I can say, as seeing them talk about it, seeing it being sold, I was like, this thing doesn't exist. This thing does not exist. Like, there's no way they would just make a Rock bigger and add a second seat to it. The crazy thing is, though, like, the person who designed the Rock DS, like, they had to put more creative thought into it than, like, the Cutlass Steel. Like, the Cutlass Steel is the thing that I should be like, there's no way that this exists. There's no way that they just literally took a Cutlass Black and slapped a few things on it and changed the stats around. Like, they wouldn't be that lazy. But they did. Like, in the first PTU that the Cutlass Steel existed, it used a Reliant turret. It legitimately used one of the turret mounts from a Reliant as for the rear turret. The dual size 2s. Like, it's so insane. It was a clown car. As if it isn't still a clown car. I mean, like, it made sense. And, like, I don't know, there's a lot of things that, there are a lot of things that probably, like, if they wanted to go super realistic with some design things, they would do things very differently. Like, I think one of the, like, you would see ships reuse components from other ships. Like, I don't think the Herald actually is a Cutlass cockpit, or actually uses a Cutlass cockpit. Like, that would be so cool to see some of that stuff actually, because there's like similar styles and similar shapes and you know, that kind of thing, but not really like the exact same thing, you know? Which I guess is fine, but it's also, to me, it seems like a little bit of a shame. Is it less of a clown car? I mean, I don't know what changes they've made. I don't follow it too much. I appreciate the people who like chase the meta, like chase the current meta for ships, but like I could never do that. I can never do that because I know exactly. I know that the stats of today are definitely different from the stats of tomorrow. And like if they aren't, then it's, yeah, that's good. A bit more survivable. Okay, that's good. So I know like it had a little bit less HP, just a little bit less HP than the Cutlass Black. It's like, why would you do this? It's like you made it an NPC ship. In a game that does not need NPCs. And then like when they actually had Cutlasses come in and drop reinforcements with NPCs, they used Cutlass Blacks instead. I think. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they did. Yeah. Well, I didn't think I was gonna do it during the stream. You know what? It didn't take that long. It took like 20 minutes. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, this is... Oh, I was like, this is Final Fantasy VII, right? But this sounds wrong. No, this is a remix of Eyes on Me. Oh, how could I derp? I derp so bad. No, I think I should probably put this one higher if I'm gonna do this. I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. There's too much about Star Citizen I could talk about. Wonder why the moss... I wonder why there's moss in these blocks, but like nowhere else. I mean, there's a few places, but like... It's all right next to the moss, or connected, or adjacent to the moss. Yeah. I am glad that that 1.0, that the talk about 1.0, that they did the talk about 1.0, and like, yeah, I mean, it's extensive and like a huge thing, but like, if anybody is ever like, hey, what exactly is Star Citizen? It is a thing to go and point them to, which we didn't have for a very long time. I have been saying that they should like make a yearly sort of update to that, just to, just in case. Because I'm sure if they had made a 1.0 video last year, stuff would have changed. It's an experience. That is the accurate way to put it. Now, granted, parts of that presentation are, like, very much just like excitement about this new thing. But yeah. I do want to go over, I do need to like rewatch the thing about the PvP shield defense areas, because like, seems like a more complicated, at least a more complicated discussion about this one thing than the rest of everything. Was very high level. That was a very low level, like in the weeds sort of discussion about that. And I also before today, or before, oh shit, I guess it was yesterday. Jesus. Feels like it was like 3 days ago. No, I guess technically it was 2 days ago. Anyway. No, actually, I guess not. I don't know. Time. I always got the impression that Nyx was going to be like, yeah, it was always a lawless system, but it wasn't going to be like lawless in the same way as Pyro. Kinda sounds like it's gonna be. Except, like, I mean, they got the Vanduul raids, which is going to be a PvE thing. Which, yeah, it's exciting, that's cool, it's a thing to look forward to, but, like... and, like, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see... how everything goes. Because, like, yeah. Oh, especially if, like... yeah, I don't know. Just thinking about, like, the economy of, like, high-quality materials. And, like... are orgs going to, like, hold those high-quality materials for themselves and then get all of, like, the best stuff? And then, like, the smaller orgs who don't want to deal with that, who don't want to deal with PvP, are they just, like, screwed? Or what? Like, I don't know. It's probably not, like, screwed. And, like, even then, like, how much of a difference does it make? I know that they had, like, one example of, like, the salvage beam being, like, a really striking, very noticeable difference. I think that was just for the sake of demonstration and not an actual, like, this is actually how strong it's gonna be. That's my assumption anyway. Yeah. I can, like, I don't know. I can, oh my god. All the flowers died. Good lord. What was I gonna say? So yeah, like, the what I want to do, I do technically have an org, but it is an org of 1. Maybe I'll expand it in the future, I don't know. I wanted to do, like, my end goal, if I get to that point, would be to have, like, and I guess it might change, it might shrink, we'll see. But, I had 20 systems in mind, make, like, these just sort of basic trade outposts / org clubhouses. That, and the org would just be, sort of a general jack of all trades sort of thing. And, yeah, just mainly, the main thing would be having these trade outposts all around. That was the main thing. I don't think I would try with stations unless I had, because I don't think I'm ever going to get to that. I don't think I would ever get to that level of resources to do like 20 stations. Maybe 1. The main system. Which, oh god. Yeah. How fast has this been going? Let me actually pull it up. I'll probably end stream soon, by the by. Let's pull up the star map. Let's see. Nice. You know what? Hold on. Okay, so, let me pull up. I have a list. Oh, how old is this? Spartan Space Services motto from 2021. Oh my god. So, my org is Spartan Space Services. Not Spartan like the war culture, but Spartan is like in simplicity. And like it's the whole thing is supposed to be like the second tier mercenary company that is also does, you know, some other things, some trading, some crafting. Alright. We're at the ARC star map. So, obviously, like, you know, large jump points don't matter, but I wanted to make I noticed, like, well, let's chase it down here. There is a sort of highway, galactic highway, that you can go to. Stanton, Terra, Hadrian, Castra, Nyx, Bremen, Vega, Oberon, Null, Centauri, Elysium, Idris, Baron, Banshee, Fora, Nemo, Hades, Nexus, Ellis, Magnus, Stanton. And I was like, those are the ones. Make them there. Where applicable, because Nemo's an interesting one. Actually, Nemo might have to be the space station. No, it depends. Cause cause the Ergo's a water planet. I think, wasn't Ergo the one? terraformed ocean world. The lack of land masses forces the inhabitants of Urgo to build their cities on water. I think Urgo also had the unique trait of there is actually no ocean life. Something caused all of the ocean life to die, and like that's one of the things that Urgo has is oil, and that's where that came from. But like it is just a giant ocean world with no life on it except for colonized it. And then maybe Hades, because I would assume that probably would not want to land. You would not want to build a base in Hades. That would be very strange. Although probably not a lot of people would want to do it because of superstition. At least not a lot of NPCs, I imagine. God. What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but Fora is definitely one that I really want. Hyperion. What do we look like here? Fora to Nemo is insane. Holy shit. Okay. I imagine that's a good little. I imagine that's a journey. If they stick with that, which they probably won't. Probably make it a little bit shorter, but probably not too much. Yeah, for Hyperion, I know Hyperion's got like swirling storms of red-hued hyperclay cover the surface of this world as a result of a problematic terraphobic process, making life difficult for Hyperion's few residents. That's where I want to live. Probably a really terrible decision. Either Fora or Vega. I think, you know, Vega does have that lovely thing. Let's see, I think Selene, what's it got? Industrial world in the middle of economic downturn attributed to the ongoing threat of Vandal attacks in the system. Many of Selene's city centers are only half the population they once were. Oh yeah, absolutely. Hyperion, beautiful. Oh. I believe Selene was like getting built up and then Vandal attacks happened. So I think in general Vega is a relatively, they mentioned that Vega is a relatively cheap system to build stuff. To own land. But it is also on the edge of Vandal space. But that is exactly what I want. So yeah. So like yeah. Let's see. My mouse is invisible. This is grand. I'll probably do a little bit of building up of this, because again, I just want to have this as like an example. I doubt I'm gonna build an entire city, but I guess I could. I could at least practice like zoning everything out, but yeah. You know, actually, okay, so hang on. Alright, so solar. Alright, so at the maximum extension of my map here, this is what this is. Let me go to another world. If the game will, if Minecraft doesn't crash. Because listen, bud, you don't know ambitious. If you think that's ambitious, Ambitious probably isn't the word I would use, honestly. I would probably use stupid. Thanks for the follow. Oh, my mouse. Oh no. My mouse is just invisible now. I don't know why. That's okay. That's gonna be fun. I will try and do Star Citizen on Sunday, maybe Saturday. I'm not 100% on it. But and that if there's any stream that's gonna slip, well, it depends on how Star Citizen's doing also. There might be a Sunday or a Saturday that Star Citizen is just down. Also, maybe I don't know. I don't know. I want to try and keep doing like this, have the same schedule. If I have friends that can play Star Citizen, probably makes sense in general that they would be able to stay up on a Saturday versus a Sunday. But I don't know. So, this is the music cutting out exactly in time to make me feel like my game is crashing. So this is Mudtown, work in progress name. That is not the ambitious thing. Ambitious thing all the way over here. Gonna feel like the game's crashing. Don't mind that. So, well, I can show you why it's called Mudtown, but alright, so this is not the beginnings of Mosselian. This is the beginnings of Mosselian. Oh god. I don't know where my mouse is, and this is dangerous. This is one quadrant of Mosselian. This is another quadrant of Mosselian. That's another quadrant of Mosselian. This is another quadrant of Mosselian. So, like, it's like right now I'm at the point where there's a lot of I need to flatten out this stuff. I need to like actually section off where things are gonna go. But if we're gonna talk about ambitious, that is more appropriate. Now Mudtown is, we go all the way over here. So this is like the industrial section of Mudtown that I need to actually go and properly manufacture here. Or need to properly make. I want to do some stuff with like, sort of like rice fields, here. So it's a little bit like, on the sort of floodplains, that I think it would look very interesting. But this is Mudtown. It's named Mudtown because we use a lot of mud. A lot of mud. I think, yeah, I know it was last stream that I was like, I was gonna build this up a little bit more, and I don't think I did. You know, we got some, oh, I was also going to change these colors so they didn't repeat. I haven't done that yet, but I will. And, we got stuff. I might have added a few buildings, but, not too much. But yeah, that's, oh, and some very nice, look at that little arch. Beautiful. We got all this stuff. I actually do. Oh yes. We got our lovely. Oh yeah. Let's actually go walk through it. We've got a college. We've got a dorms. I guess technically a school and some dorms, but you know. Haven't built the interiors out yet, but that's okay. Look, we got our classrooms. Look at this. Look at this lovely thing. Got your little break rooms. All the way up. I don't know what the... There's not much of a roof, I don't think. Or not much of an attic. But yeah. It's nice to go through one of these. Something that I've actually, like, completed. Oh my god. And just appreciate it. Very thin little, walkways. But that is okay. Oh, and then there's that. Oh, dude. This unnecessarily large apartment building that I estimated can... Well, I stopped estimating, I think, when I got to, like, 200 something. I was like, there's... Theoretically, this could have, like, 200 mine colonies. 200 mine colonies, colonists, and it's like, this is more than I ever need. More than anybody ever needs. Like, it's absolutely insane. And then the circus building, which, yeah, that's the thing. I think I will end stream here. I think it's probably a good time. Just about 6 hours. Just about 6 hours. Yeah. So, Wednesday's gonna be Super Mario Party Jamboree. That, I am absolutely enjoying it so far. I have... Well, I've won a game, I've lost a game. I think I came in second game. I said I wasn't going to spoil it. But also, that is probably going to get released in like a month. A little more than a month. Yeah. I guess Friday I'm going to do in Deus Ex Invisible War, which I have heard is a game. So, we'll see how that goes. And, yeah, and I guess, I don't know, I'm thinking Sunday. I will try and stream Star Citizen. I mean, like, literally, Star Citizen just crashes when I try and boot it up right now. So, like, I'm gonna try it, because I want to get, like, a in-game Star Citizen video, with actual gameplay footage, with me talking about Star Citizen and CitizenCon. But we'll see how that goes. So yeah, until next time, have a good day, great day even. Chowskis.